Good morning, everyone. We are live from Naha, Okinawa. Let me just check the... Looking good, sounding good. Alright, excellent. Hey everyone, it's James here with Earth Uncut TV. Welcome to the stream. Today's the day where Typhoon Dolphin is impacting Okinawa in southern Japan. I'm rolling solo on this typhoon. Unfortunately, Mark couldn't make it because he's been feeling pretty under the weather recently. Good morning to everyone in the chat. Great to see you there. We've got Daniel and JAH. Appreciate it. Thank you. It is early here in Japan. It's just gone 5:30 in the morning. And we are starting to really see the bad weather associated with Typhoon Dolphin. We've got some bands coming over the island now. I'm in the south, I'm in Naha, and my plan is to start heading north up to basically the northern point of Okinawa where land runs out, basically. Let me just bring up the radar imagery for you to show you exactly what's going on with this typhoon. It's still a Category 1. The dry air has continued to just keep a check on it, the intensity. But here you can see... So the green dot down here is my location. I'm basically going to just drive up to there. And the typhoon, that's the kind of the small central core of it, and then it's got all these kind of like spiral outer bands there. Morning, Sam. I hope you're doing well, mate. Good to see you. So yeah, basically I'm going to go up to the north tip of Okinawa, make my way up there slowly over the next few hours. Just in case that little outer bit of that core brushes the island. It's looking like it's going to pass offshore. That's my hunch, but some of the models were showing a little bit of a dip back down to the south. So we'll see what happens. But I just want to be up there just in case something, that core does brush the northern tip. But as you can see, we've got a lot of onshore flow coming onto the west coast of Okinawa, so that is where I'm going to be driving up the west coast to catch that onshore flow, where we're going to get some of those nasty rain bands, the wind coming straight off the ocean. Probably the most kind of impactful weather, I think, will be on the western side. So yeah, we're just going to go see what's happening. There's a bit of a dry moat in there, so that should mean that conditions are kind of manageable for driving around. So I'm not going to be complacent because, there's still things that can go wrong. A lot of the parts of this road go right by the ocean, so I just need to be mindful and careful of that with waves and storm surge waves and storm tide and stuff. But that's my major concern with this. So thankfully it'll be daylight very soon. Actually, I can see the light is starting to come up now, which is good. Sunrise is at around 6, which is in 25 minutes. So yeah, let's put the first location in the map. I'm going to try and really stick to the coast on this drive and see how we get on. So what do we got here? First stop will be Okinawa Seaside Park. Cool. Alright. Morning, Lucia. Yeah, stay warm, Sam. Obviously, kind of middle of winter in the southern hemisphere in New Zealand. Hi, Proxime. I appreciate everyone in the chat. So I might be a little bit slow replying to comments because I'm driving and I'm by myself. So bear with me. I will try and get back to you when I stop at a stop sign or a red light. The weather conditions right now I would call gusty. We got some kind of light rain swirling around. Flip the camera around. It's good to know this camera works pretty well in the low light as well. Alrighty, let's do this. Yeah, it's nice to see that the storm is coming in daylight. That just makes life so much easier, especially with a lot of coastal driving. I was saying this yesterday on the stream. I don't like driving coastal roads right by the ocean in the middle of the pitch black of night, because I really want to be able to see what the waves are doing, if they're coming up over the road or if there's any damage to the road. So dealing with all that at night is just something I don't really do. Driving over a couple of big bridges, we'll see if they're open. They are not open. Alright, so that's plan B. Hold on, I think that's going to be closed as well. So we'll just do a U-turn. Yeah, so they closed the bridge I was going to drive over, which is fair enough. I'm not surprised about that. So I'll take the alternative route. Morning, Buddha. Morning, Lucia. No, I'm by myself on this trip, Lucia. Mark's feeling. Mark had a virus or something, so he's out of commission. So I'm rolling solo. can hear the wind whistling through the power lines. You can see them all there. And we got some like sheets of rain coming through. Do a left turn here. Right, we are heading north. Almost has a feel of like the old town Naha. I'm not sure if it is, but it has that vibe, which would make sense being near the water. Excuse me, been up since 4 o'clock this morning. I had a good 6 hours sleep. I think that'll be enough to see me through the typhoon. Yeah, I'll send your best to him, Lucia. I think he's alright. He just was feeling pretty wiped out, and you need to be on your... You need to be in good health to chase a typhoon, otherwise it's just a very exhausting ordeal. Yeah, we're starting to see the impacts from Typhoon Dolphin now. These are like what I would call the outer bands. There's a small inner core thing which is probably going to pass just to the north of Okinawa. We'll see, but I'm going to head up to the northern tip just in case it does dip south a little bit and clip the northern tip. But the storm has a large wind field. It's another one of these large systems. So gale force winds are extending a long way from the center of the storm. On the main highway. So this is the main highway which goes north-south basically in Okinawa, Highway 58. drive on a scooter there. That's not what I'd want to be doing right now. It's riding a scooter in this weather. Guess he's got places he needs to be. Morning, James. Lovely to see you in the chat as always, mate. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Christopher. That's very kind. I really appreciate that. More yawns to get out of my system. Maybe some more coffee to put in my system. We're all good. So the thing I'll be keeping an eye on now is not even really the forecast tracks or anything like that, or the satellite imagery. It's really the radar. Storm is well within radar range, as I showed you earlier, and that's all I really need to concentrate on to get a feel for where the storm is going, where the intense parts of it are, what kind of weather conditions we're going to imminently expect. Now there's a chance that the road up north might be closed before I can actually get right to the end. We'll just have to wait and see. Hopefully it's all okay and open so I can move freely. Pretty gusty winds right now, like tropical storm kind of stuff. Last I checked at the airport, it was blowing tropical storm strength down in Naha Airport. The rain isn't too heavy. It's because of quite the dry nature of this storm. But it is raining and kind of swirling around a bit, but nothing too heavy right now. No traffic, so I'll just sit in the middle lane. my plan is I'm going to head up to Nago, just check out the waterfront there on the south side of town. Then head right up to the northern tip if the road is open and allows it. And then as the storm starts pulling away and we start getting southeasterly winds into tonight, I will head to the southern part of the island, south of Naha, and catch the kind of onshore southwesterly flow, sorry. So the wind's coming off the ocean from the southwest this evening into tonight. So that's my plan. I'll restart the stream this afternoon at about 4:30, just so we can archive this one. Anything longer than 12 hours and YouTube doesn't save it. Hey, Scene Artisan. Thank you very much. Have a munch, son. You're going to go far. I appreciate that. I will put that towards a nice cold beer when the storm is gone and I don't have to think about it. I very, very much appreciate it. And you offered your support on the last typhoon as well. Much appreciated. Thank you. And I'm glad you're getting the mileage out of that big thunderstorm from a couple of months ago. That's awesome. I'll be hugging the coast as much as possible, so what I'm doing isn't just trying to do that now. My warm-up stream yesterday had pretty good mobile phone reception all the way up to the top of the island, which is great, so that was kind of useful to know. So hopefully the stream stays put and good. Is there any issues with the audio or anything, or just let me know. Right, here we go. It should get windy. We're going to go up on a bridge now, so very close to the sea, and they always tend to be quite windy. Really getting properly light now, which is fantastic. There's the windsock sign. It says be careful of crosswinds. road sign there just says that one of the highways is, I think, one of the elevated ones, which there's a big bridge is closed, the one on the left here. Yeah, you can see the barriers on the left. Yeah, probably a day off work for everyone in Okinawa today. Obviously the airport is closed. They were running flights yesterday until early afternoon. I'm not sure exactly when they cancelled them, but I'm just going to pop in here quickly and have a look and see what's going on. Looks like there's a load of sailboats and things here. The marina. It's a nice spot here. What you often get during typhoons in these small little ports are the owners of the boats just lurking around, obviously anxiously seeing how the boats are handling the storm. There's quite a few cars parked in there and lights on in the office, so makes sense. If I find an interesting spot right on the water, I will obviously stop so we can spend a moment to see what's going on. Yeah, so when I'm driving in conditions like this or on roads like this where I've got a crosswind coming from the left, I'll usually park myself in the right-hand lane away from any of these small trees and stuff, just in case, you know, a tree does come down or there are branches start flying around or whatever. Just gives you a little bit more extra wiggle room. See, the seaside park is, yeah, it's closed. Alright, no surprises there. What I want to do is just find a spot right by the coast, and then about 5 minutes up here there's a seaside park, so I'll try and stop there and have a look at the radar and see what's going on in the last hour or so. See, there's not much traffic on the road. That being said, it is 6 o'clock in the morning. So, hey, everyone who's just tuning in, the numbers are creeping up, so welcome. My name is James Reynolds. I run Earth Uncut TV. I'm a typhoon specialist. Been chasing these typhoons for, well, my first Okinawa typhoon was in 2005. It was the second typhoon I ever chased. So here I am 21 years later, still at it. I'm running solo on this trip. I'm usually with my good friend Mark Thomas, but he's been knocked out of action by some virus, unfortunately, but he'll be alright. But he's sat this storm out, so just me. And we're all heading north, basically to the end of Okinawa, where the small core of this Category 1 Typhoon Dolphin looks like it might pass close to at about midday. So it's 6 o'clock now in the morning, so maybe in 6 hours or so. What I'm doing is slowly making my way up the west coast of Okinawa, because that's where the wind is coming off the ocean. Just slowly making my way north, stopping off en route to see what's going on, see how conditions are. I'll be running this stream throughout the whole of today, basically. If we've got some high precipitation bands on the backside of the storm, when the winds shift from it to a southwesterly direction, I'll keep the stream going, because that's visually quite interesting, especially at night. And I'll probably work that kind of stuff from south of Naha. I know some good exposed spots right on the coast where the wind blows quite strongly. So there's a little beach seaside park here. I'm just going to check it out. If it doesn't have any views or anything, we'll just crack on. Kind of little vacation town vibe around here. So, right, this way. Oh no, I can go here. My bad. Folks, give me a minute or two. I'm going to get a can of coffee. The windscreen wiper should, yeah, perfect. Alright, and I'll put the, okay. I'll be back in a sec. Hey Lance. Yeah, let's have a look at the radar. What I'm going to do, hold on, just bear with me. I just need to check the battery situation with this phone. I was on the cliffs yesterday, streaming up there, just doing some filming up there, and I got doused in salt water, and so just bear with me. Guys, I'm just going to switch over the phone because I got a technical issue with this phone. The battery won't recharge, so I'll be back in a second. So just stay with me. Alright, cool, we're good, I think. Oh, hold on. Just having some technical issues here. Hoping this works. Yes, it works. It was the cable, not the phone. So yeah, I was just I'm running two phones, and this one I somehow killed the charging cable yesterday, but it's working, which is good. But anyway, I can keep running on this phone. I'll swap back a bit later when I want to do some filming. So yeah, thank you for bearing with me with that. That's excellent news. 72%. Right, we're going to continue going north. Let me just do a quick radar check before I do that. So that really shows very clearly where the tiny core of this typhoon is. It looks like it's going to hit the island just north of Okinawa, Yoron Island, which is part of Kagoshima Prefecture. But I'm going to head right up to that tip just in case it does scrape the top. But I'm still expecting, you know, tropical storm conditions throughout most of Okinawa for the whole of today, really. So I'm going to carry on pressing up the west coast in a basically northeasterly direction over the next couple of hours, and anything just we see on the way I'll stop so we can see what's going on. The moral of this story is always bring a spare charging cable. Alright. Let me just do a quick test here. far from Kadena Air Base now, which is on the right. Right, so I'm going to be making my way to Nago right now, slowly, along the coast, as close as I can get to the coast, because that's where the interesting weather is. And I want to head to the seawall there, just south of town, to see what's going on with the waves. So right now I'm just near Kadena Air Base. And we've got tropical storm conditions blowing across not only Okinawa but Amami Oshima and all the other islands just to the northeast of Okinawa itself. As Typhoon Dolphin starts to get closer, we're kind of well within the main rain bands of it. The rain isn't actually too bad right now. That'll kind of fluctuate on and off throughout the day. There is a bit of a dry moat separating the main rain bands on the periphery of the storm and then the tiny central core. So my aim is to head up right up to the northernmost part of the island to try and catch that small core if it does just nick the top of the island. I don't know if it will, but I'm just going to be up there just in case something like that does happen. Now the road goes right along the coast, so I'll just start with a quick geography overview of Okinawa for those who aren't familiar. Basically the bulk of the population, all the economic activity takes place in kind of the southern half of the island. So Nago is the last major town as you go north. So that's my first stop right now. And then north of there it gets very rural. This is the edge of the airbase I'm driving along. So that's Kadena Air Base on the left. So it could be some quite interesting conditions as I'm driving north. It's a drive I would not want to be doing in darkness. So I'm very thankful that this storm is hitting in daylight. It's just good for everyone when storms hit during the day, because you can see what's going on and have proper situational awareness and everything. Connie says, good morning from Eastern NC. My future son-in-law is stationed at Kadena. He's literally less than a mile away from me. If I could wave and say hello, I would. But I'm happy to report Kadena has been through far worse storms, so you have nothing to worry about with this one. Okinawa is very well built and adapted for these typhoons, but I appreciate you coming on the chat, tuning in, saying hello and letting me know that. Because every time I cover a storm in Okinawa, I do get worried friends and relatives of service men and women who are stationed here. And I'm happy to report that this storm, by Okinawa standards, is very manageable for them. They've seen a lot worse in the past. That being said, you still need to take precautions, stay safe, and not underestimate the storm either. That goes without saying. So yeah, this is the end of the runway here, the threshold. only real businesses that are open today on days like this are the convenience stores, and I will be taking advantage of them being open later on in the day. Let's go red. So yeah, Kadena is just on the right hand side of where I am now, so I'm heading north. Kadena's just to my east. That's the perimeter fence there. Yeah, there was Typhoon Jalawat was a famous one back in 2012, which passed right over Okinawa. There was a famous clip of a little Japanese car. They call them K cars. The Typhoon kind of sent it flying on one of the bases. It just started tumbling and rolling away down through a parking lot. It was pretty crazy. Happy to say this Typhoon is not going to be strong enough to do that. Bit inland now, which is why the wind has died down. When you're right on the coast, obviously that's where you get the maximum impact of whatever wind is blowing, and as soon as you move inland a bit, the frictional forces reduce the wind speeds very quickly. What are we? It's the 7th of August in Japan. This is my third trip to Okinawa Prefecture. I was here with Mark, my chase partner, in early June to film Typhoon Jangmi, which was a real early season storm. You don't usually get them that early, but we're in an El Nino year, so it's going to be a busy, or it already is a busy typhoon season. So we had Typhoon Jangmi in early June, and then early July I was down in Ishigaki for Typhoon Bavi, and then here we are early August for Typhoon Dolphin, and I do think there will be more typhoons. I fully expect to be back on one of the islands again, and maybe at least once, maybe even twice before the season's out. Okinawa's typhoon season really kind of goes on until mid-October. And then after that, the atmosphere really gets quite hostile for typhoons. You can still get them after that, but they're generally getting torn apart by wind shear, dry air and things like that. So we still have over 2 months of typhoon season left for the islands, or what I would call peak typhoon season. Yeah, that's the one, Minsa. Just cruising slowly up 58 towards Nago. Hey Brady, I'm in the general, I'm on the island where it's going to come close to. There is a smaller island further north, but I would have had to have travelled there on Wednesday. It's Friday now, so I'm happy to be here on Okinawa, where there's, you know, plenty of access to the coast, some interesting things to see. I filmed some incredible waves yesterday up on the northern tip, which is what my destination is now. But we'll see. Some of the models are showing that the small core of this storm will be bending back west a little bit just as it's passing by, so I don't know if the core is going to miss or just nick the top of the island, so I'm going to head up there just in case. Hang out for a few hours up there, and then once the storm passes, start making my way back south. The southwesterly winds will kick in. If there are some vigorous rain bands in there, it could make some interesting scenes on the south side of the southern half of the island. I know some good places which are quite exposed to that onshore flow. So we've got some gusty wind and rain coming through now. That light's about to go red. El Nino years usually mean warm winters for Japan, so I'm not expecting it to be a good snow season this year. But we'll see. We shall see. So we're just inland a little bit now. We're going to start curving back towards the coast. The wind direction should be out of the northeast. No, excuse me, northwest. Right now. Or the northwest. And that'll start swinging around to northwest, west, and then southwest as the storm passes. And the local time right now is 6:45 a.m. Thinking around midday will be the closest that the little core of this storm is closest to the island. Do a quick coffee stop and then also just an observation stop. I think that Family Mart is open. Maybe not. Let's have a look. It's having a break, which is fine. Okay. I'll find one which is open in a minute. Up at 4 a.m. and my kind of appetite for coffee and whatever was not strong at that time of day. I think my body just wanted to go back to sleep, but now the caffeine urges are kicking in, so there will be a convenience store open somewhere soon. the bases in Okinawa are scattered kind of all around. There's Kadena is the biggest one. There are some smaller ones as you go further north. Then there's Futenma and loads of other kind of smaller installations as well, kind of scattered around. Looks like we have some rain. Weather moving in now. Let's have a look. Yeah, so my guess is they would. Well, I know that the commercial planes, a lot of them would be moved elsewhere. I imagine a lot of the fighters have hardened shelters. Like I don't know what I'm talking about here. I'm just guessing. All right. The bigger planes they might move to another airbase. There's plenty of places around like Guam or up Yokota Air Base in Tokyo, places like that where planes can be moved. That's why they have the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, which is what it's there for, primarily to provide warning services to the US military and the US government for the typhoons. Just so happens that us civilians also like to use their products as well. Yeah, they don't actually evacuate personnel from the base, because the base, you don't really evacuate here in Okinawa, you hunker down. The buildings are designed and built to withstand Category 5 typhoons, so you just stay inside and you'll be okay. What they will do is, how the evacuation system works in Japan is like each community will have its designated safe location, and the biggest threat is always flooding, because Japan is so mountainous. So flash flooding can be really dangerous. So the communities will have evacuation centers which are designated in areas which are outside of the flood zone. So people will, if they need to evacuate to those areas, it's not like the US where you have like lines of cars on the highway heading north or whatever. It doesn't work like that in Japan. And partly that's because we don't have the same storm surge threat. Right on the coast there will be threat of waves, you know, storm tide and waves and stuff, but large storm surges inundating inland these days are very, very rare. It has happened in the past. Typhoon Vera was a very famous example of that, and Kansai Airport flooded due to storm surge in Typhoon Jebi, so it can happen, but it's not like the Gulf Coast of the US where you get 20 miles an hour of wind and storm surge. I've just got a little bit of low Yeah, just bear with me. The signal's a little bit low here. I'll get through this bit and then hopefully you got me back. We were just going through a little area of low mobile reception. Looks like I got full bars back. So hopefully everyone can hear me and see what's going on. Heading back towards the coast. The winds are picking up a bit again now. That gust of wind back there just made the car wobble around a bit. Let me just check if this Family Mart is open. I got the light on, so let's have a look. So I can't get in that way. Let's see. Open. Excellent. I'm just going to do a quick coffee break. I'll be a couple of minutes. Bear with me. I'll just leave the I'll leave the car on and the wipers running, so I'll just be a couple of minutes. hot coffee in a typhoon is a real treat. That's one of the luxuries of chasing in Japan is, or in Okinawa especially, is the power is usually on. The convenience stores are usually open, and everything is kind of working out okay. So yeah, hold on. So I'll just show you my route. There's that's kind of where I am right now, where I'm intending on heading up to Naga. I'll just zoom out to give you the bigger picture on the map. So there I am. I'm kind of 1/3 of the way up the island. Naga's up there. Bulk of the people and the population is down here. Once you get up there, it's very, very rural. Basically, inland is just jungle and mountains, and then the highway goes right along the coast. Let me check the radar. Just a quick radar update. Yeah, and there's the radar. You can see the central core there. It's tiny. The kind of eye wall system, and then we're just getting kind of this dirty outer rain band stuff. So looks like the storm is kind of going west now. Hold on, I'm gonna run the loop. Where's the speed? Here, sorry. So there's the radar loop. I've got that animated and running now, so you can kind of see what's going on. And the JMA track. So it kind of has it bending back down, kind of west-southwest. So yeah, this thing could get pretty close. 9 a.m. 9 UTC is 6 p.m. So 6 p.m. that dot there is the location, 6 p.m. local time where the storm will be. So it'll already have crossed. So I think 6 to maybe midday, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It'll be at its closest. So I've still got a bit of time. All right, get the camera off me. Yeah, no one's gonna steal my car, thankfully. This is Japan. It's nice and safe. Thank you, Minza, for that. I appreciate that. I assume you live here in Okinawa, so that's very much appreciated. All right, let me just eat a banana. And then we'll carry on. In my opinion, Japanese convenience store Lawson has the best fried chicken nuggets. Karage-kun, I think the name is, and it has the best brewed coffee. Family Mart has the best desserts, and 7-Eleven has the best kind of like cookie snacks and things like that. So that's your Japan convenience store roundup for those who don't live here and are unfamiliar with them. They all do really good sandwiches, and the quality of their like instant meals is all pretty good as well. Hey, from Quezon City, IVRSN, thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, it might not be a strong storm, but I'm still going to be taking it carefully because You just never know what can happen, especially if you're right on the coast, which we will be later. Literally driving right next to the ocean, so that could be a little bit gnarly. We'll just have to wait and see. So yeah, even these weaker storms, I don't try not to get complacent with them. I'm just going to dump this banana skin in the trash. Alright, I think we're good to go. And Chip King is the best chicken and chips in North London. Chicken and chips, yeah, it's a good combination. Family Mart does a nice... I love spicy fried chicken, so that's what I always go for. We do like a good boneless piece of chicken. The Lawson chicken is like little mini spicy chicken nugget things, and they're really good. All right, let's hit the road. Banana, Kit Kat and a coffee. Good combination. There's the ocean on the left. I always enjoy this stretch of highway right near the beautiful blue ocean, the palm trees, the road right by the sea. Driven this stretch of highway many times, and Always enjoy it. Hey Freddie, thank you, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Yeah, liking and subscribing the stream, the channel really helps a lot. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hey Slingshot Ator. Says first time joining in. Very cool of you to cover this. Thanks heaps. Stay safe out there. Much appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, the support and the comments mean a lot. I really appreciate them. Thank you. And I'll be passing on everyone's good wishes to Mark when I next see him, who would usually be here with me, but he can't make it this time. So right, I'm gonna head down to the coast, down on the left here, see what's going. Someone just asked, is this chase a bust? No, I don't bust. The only time I bust is if an airline cancels a flight or something like that. I just go to where I go and document whatever happens. So busting isn't really in my vocabulary anymore. If possible, I'll always aim to try and get into the eye wall, and depending on the topography, the eye. If I'm on a flat island like this, I'll try and get into the eye. If I'm somewhere where there are a lot of mountains or whatever, I'll normally aim to be on the north side of the typhoon. But island chasing is all about you just get into position and then document whatever happens, because the storms do what they do. And I've covered a lot of typhoons down in Okinawa Prefecture, as well as Amami and Kagoshima, Kumejima, Okinawa, Miyakojima, Ishigaki. Still got a few more islands to do. My first Okinawa typhoon was 21 years ago. Typhoon Nabi, which actually hit Amami Island, but I did exactly what I'm doing now. Got up early in the morning. I was with legendary Kiwi New Zealand storm chaser Jeff Mackley, who was showing me the ropes. And we drove all the way up to where we're going today, which will be Cape Heddor. Watched the amazing, incredible waves crashing ashore and everything as the typhoon passed offshore. So yeah, 21 years later, here I am, still at it. Just need to watch out for these big trees. There's a few branches down there. I'm going to stop here. Nah, it's fine. The wind's not that strong. Usually I wouldn't stop at a light right next to a big tree. I'll just hang back a little bit. But the wind isn't too strong, so it's all right. Leaves and tree debris on the road along here. There are certain species of tree which just dump their leaves during a storm. I'm not sure which one it is, but and then you have these tall spindly ones which they love the salty coastal. I can't remember what they're called. Someone told me on the last chase. I need to remember that. But yeah, a lot of coastal Japan. Ooh, sorry, thought that was a bird. It was not a bird. It was a palm tree bit. The infrastructure in Okinawa is solid. You'll see all the buildings are kind of this similar design, but they're all made of concrete. So a Cat 5 could roll through here and the majority of these houses and buildings would not sustain much damage to the exterior. You're not going to have roofs ripping off or things like that. Obviously there would be damage to the power infrastructure and stuff in a really strong typhoon. Generally they're very quick at getting everything back to normal after a big storm. I'm trying to think of what typhoons. So I filmed Jangmi in June. Then before that in Okinawa I was here for Typhoon Kanun in 2023. Now that the eye wall of that actually missed, but the typhoon had a crazy huge hurricane force wind field on the north side, So we got really battered by that typhoon. I was out around Naha filming that. And then before that, Typhoon Trami in 2018. And then I was here for Typhoon Chaba in 2016, which was a Cat 5 that just missed Okinawa. It hit the neighboring island. All right, hold on. Okay, that's... Alright. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I was worried that was my highway north, but it's okay. That's the expressway is closed. That doesn't affect me. Yeah, and then the most infamous year for me with my typhoon chasing in Okinawa was 2012, where 3 consecutive typhoons passed, the eye of them passed right over Okinawa. It was Typhoon Samba was a Category 3, Typhoon Bolivan was a Category 3, and then Typhoon Jalawat was a Category 3. One after the other. Slap bang over Okinawa. It was a crazy year. So Amber, I'm on Okinawa. No, I'm in Japan, so I only drive Japanese cars. That's my preferred. And actually when I go abroad, I try and use Japanese cars as well because they're so well made. So I'm driving a Toyota Raze, which is not particularly aerodynamic, but it's a perfect little car. I like this car for island chasing. It's like the perfect size. I won't be confining you all to the car for the whole typhoon. That's not my plan. We'll be getting out. I've got a little tripod for the phone for the stream, so get you guys out of the car and so you can see and hear what's going on. I'm heading to Nago, which is 24 kilometers away. There's a waterfront seawall area there. I just want to check out where sometimes the waves can be quite dramatic crashing against the seawall. So I'll see what's going on there, and then if there's not much going on now, later this afternoon there could be some interesting scenes there. But yeah, we'll just continue heading north. Right now conditions are very manageable, like tropical storm gusts. When we stop, I'll have a look at the observations, the wind speeds out of Naha Airport. Be interested to see that, and also the neighbouring islands as well. Hey Kato, great to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Kato's a regular in the chat during the typhoon chases, and I greatly appreciate that. Hope you've had a good day in Florida. I see Jeff Gammons, a storm chaser I respect hugely, who lives down in southern Florida. He's been posting some really awesome pictures from Lake Okeechobee. Did I get that right? Okeechobee. Anyway, he's a wonderful thunderstorm chaser and documenter, so he's been posting some amazing images. I'm always jealous of the Florida summer weather. It looks amazing. Lily talking about people driving in hurricanes in the US. Yeah, you get that here as well. I think it's just because it's still early in the morning, there's not many people out and about, but I've seen people driving in some atrocious conditions in Okinawa and Taiwan as well. In Taiwan you get a lot of folks on the scooters trying to ride their scooters in the eye wall of a typhoon, which is a terrible idea. I saw a lady get hit by a sign once and cut her foot open because she was on a scooter in really strong winds. But this is fine. So Cape Hedo is where I'm eventually going to be heading, and that's 69 kilometers north of here. Hey folks, I just lost signal there for a second and it bugged out on the stream. So I'm heading up to Nago first and then up to Cape Heddor. The onshore winds are coming in from a northerly to northwesterly direction, so that's what I want to be. The area I want to be covering is where the onshore flow is happening, so just slowly making my way north. If the reception bugs out, just hang in there. I'll do my best to get it reset and working again as quickly as possible. Yeah, that's right. Quietly wandering. Nice to see you in the chat again. Yep, just south of Nago. I'm going to stop at the Michi-no-eki first, just to have a look there. There's a new one. Well, I'm not sure exactly how new it is, but it looks pretty new. The Michi-no-eki just south of Nago. I'll just stop there quickly, see how the view is, and then I'll press on a little bit. The entrance to the Okinawa Expressway, which is closed, so they always close that during a typhoon. Trying to see what the best view is. Let's see. Be up here. Ocean view would be better. I'm going to be naughty and take up 2 parking spaces, but this place is completely empty. I'm not blocking anything, and there's no one around, so I usually wouldn't park like this, but I'll put my hazard lights on. Alright, and I'll cool those down a bit. Paul's photo. I've been playing along on Google Street View to see if I can figure out where you are. Have you now? Yep, Michi-no-eki. What's it called? Kata? Kyota? It's either Kata or Kyota. Those wipers are kind of annoying, but I'm just going to give you the wipers. Back. Kia ora, thank you. I was almost there. My kanji reading ability progresses at a slow rate. But it's an enjoyable endeavour. Right, let me have a look at some observations from around the island. Let me have a look at Paul, thank you very, very, very much for that. Thank you. No, that really helps because the expenses rack up on these trips, and all the super chat donations and membership money just gets poured straight back into, reinvested into the typhoon chasing and the gear and the comms equipment and everything that's needed. So thank you very much. Right, let's have a look and see what am I doing. I want observation map, wind direction and wind speeds. So actually the strongest winds right now from the reporting stations in Okinawa are actually down in the airport, which is blowing a sustained 40 knots. Well, their maximum winds are 42 knots, so that's a solid tropical storm blowing down there with a max gust of, let me check, 28, so about close to 56 knots. So that's actually the area I'm thinking of working later on this evening. So once I've gone north and waited for the typhoon to kind of pass by, as soon as it's done that, you can see Okinawa on the map and what the typhoon is doing. Once it's kind of starting to move away from that top northern point of Okinawa, I will then start heading all the way back south, because what I want to do is I want to get all this stuff coming up in this direction, which will be impacting the airport area in Naha and south of there. So that's going to be my plan. So right now I just have a few hours to kill. Whilst waiting to see exactly where the small core of this typhoon is going to go. And I'm just looking across the bay. Sorry, I'll switch the camera back around. So basically in that direction over there in that headland, the focus is a bit messed up. Just to the left is Nago City, and there's a kind of a cool waterfront area around there. I don't know if the wind direction is quite right for that yet. So a typhoon is a hurricane. Yeah, correct. Just in a different ocean with a different name. Exactly the same thing. What weather app am I using? I don't really use a weather app. I just use lots of different resources. But for looking at the observations on the radar, I'm just using the Japan Meteorological Agency website. And that has everything on there which I need for tracking. So I think I'm going to carry on heading north. Because then that typhoon could be, it's kind of moving quite quickly. It's only about 70 kilometers. Just trying to do some sums. Anyway, let's go up to Cape Hedo. That's where the drive starts getting interesting. So let's get up there, and then once we're up there, we'll probably just hang out there for a couple of hours. And just keep an eye on the radar. I was up there yesterday and there seems to be good mobile phone reception and stuff, so the stream should be good. Alright, let me just put that in the map. Let me see. And there are some nice lookouts and viewpoints on the way which I'll stop at, similar to this, but it gets very rugged and wild up there on the drive up. So hold on, what does Google Map describe this place as? All right, 1 hour. Let's do it. So, hold on, it's Typhoon Dolphin. Hold on. Hey, Mr. Harvey, good to see you in the chat. Karen's asked, is Typhoon Dolphin in Okinawa yet? It's, well, the core isn't, but the outer rain bands and basically the general circulation of the typhoon is. This is what we're getting now. It's not particularly strong. James, is the bonnet cam mount still secure? Yeah, all good. That's not going on anywhere. That's not going anywhere. I'm not putting a camera on it because there's nothing to film from it. That camera mount on the front is really good when you have really intense precipitation. then you can get some nice shots of like POV driving shots, and then the rain washes off the lens and you get quite a good clear view. But the rain isn't heavy enough and the wind isn't strong enough, so I don't really need that. But who knows, that might change. So yeah, let's... And it's got a fail-safe system. If it does come loose and fall off, I've tied it off with string, so it's not going to fall on the road. All right, let's hit the road. I'm going to go through a series of tunnels now, so the view ain't going to be great, so just bear with me for 5 minutes. Then I promise the view will get much better once we're through these tunnels. Now my only concern with this drive is on the way up yesterday I did see barriers for closing the road, so there's a small chance the highway might be shut north of here, but I haven't seen any signs saying that, so I'm cautiously optimistic I'll be able to get to where I'm trying to get to without any road closures. Really does feel like Taiwan here. It's kind of jungly hillsides and the tunnels going through it. Very much what it's like on the east side of Taiwan when I'm chasing a typhoon there. So it's just going 8 o'clock in the morning now in Okinawa. These tunnels are just the part of the highway which bypasses Nago City. then we turn right back onto 58, start heading north again. Back into the weather. So hey, if you're just joining the stream, welcome. My name's James. I run Earth Uncut TV. I've been documenting typhoons for 21 years now. And I am covering Typhoon Dolphin as it's affecting Okinawa in Japan. So I'm heading right up to the northern tip of the island, in case the small core of this typhoon just clips the northern tip. So we're still a few hours away from knowing whether that's going to happen or not. So I'm just north of Nago City. I've got another hour's drive to go, assuming there's no problems with the road. Nah, are you in Okinoshima right now? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll be keeping an eye on observations from those nearby islands as well, because that should give us a good indication if the core passes right over them of just how strong the typhoon is. Once we get further north, I think Cape Hedo is very exposed where I'm planning to head, so it'll probably be quite windy up there. Inland a little bit, so sheltered from the wind right now. It's the same car that was outside the Lawson I was at earlier, following him. Alright, this is the highway all the way to the end of the island. And it's a beautiful highway. It goes right along the side of the ocean. friend's business closed today because of the weather. Yeah, that's a fair enough, accurate description there. It's a problem with we'll see how conditions develop as the typhoon passes to the north, and then later this afternoon into this evening as the back end rain bands hit. I'll be interested to see if possibly the worst weather is contained within that, especially for the more populated areas of southern Okinawa, because right now, conditions are totally manageable. That being said, it is blowing tropical storm, a decent tropical storm strength sustained down at the airport in Naha. That is a very exposed location. We've got 42 kilometers to go. And we are just about to leave town and get into the really rural part of Okinawa. So if the reception bugs out a little bit, just bear with me. I will get it back as quickly as possible. But for the most part, it should be okay. where we start to get quite rugged, wild part of northern Okinawa. See how close the road is to the ocean. It's like this for basically most of the way up. I've driven this in the dark in an intense typhoon and it was extremely unpleasant. It was one of the nastiest drives I've ever done in a typhoon. About midnight, trying to intercept the eye of Typhoon Samba in 2012, and it was just like a complete washing machine. All I could see was a wall of swirling white about 1 meter in front of my headlights, just crawling along, hoping that a giant wave wasn't going to sweep over the seawall and wash me away. So that's why I don't like driving on these roads at night, and I will avoid it as much as possible because I really want to be able to see what is going on with the ocean. And I can see right now it's okay, no problem at all. Bit of sploshing up there. Let's do the Hey Angels, love, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. There'll be a lot more of this to come in the future. So much appreciated for jumping in on the chat, subscribing, and your support means a lot. So yeah, you can see through the mist and the rain the coastline extending to the north here, and the highway will just follow right along. We've got a little bit of spray coming up from the waves. Just taking it slowly along here. I'm not in a rush. think the tide is lower, so maybe on the way back we'll have some more sploshing of these waves over the seawall. We'll see. So I don't just chase typhoons in Japan, I go all over Asia. A lot of trips to the Philippines and Taiwan. Hong Kong's a place I always love to visit. I've got some weather now. Here we go. Pull in here and see what's going on. We've got good signal as well, so that's good. There's no cars, so I'll pull up here. See through here. I'll keep the wipers going just because it bugs out the focus otherwise. I'll keep on driving. I think there's another spot with a better view further up. So just zoom out a bit. Definitely feel the car working against these wind gusts. We start to get pretty exposed coastal area along here with the onshore winds. This is what I'm expecting to see. Just the winds picking up. Especially if we get some high precipitation as well, that tends to mix the winds down from higher up in the atmosphere, so in the rain bands you'll get the winds kicking up a bit, like we're seeing now. Starting to feel a little more typhoon-like now. Right now I'm about 30 kilometers south of Cape Hedor on the west coast of Okinawa, heading right to the end of the island to get as close as I physically can to the center of Typhoon Dolphin. I'm glad the audio is coming through well. Once we get up to the Cape, there's a place where I can get out of the car. I'll set you guys up on a tripod in a sheltered spot so you can hopefully, you know, get a sense of, you know, the sound and sights of the typhoon. stretching my legs when we get to Cape Heddor. Get out on my feet. Sat in this driver's seat all morning. So for those who are just following along on Google Maps, I'm just going through Ogimi village. About 27 kilometers to go. Beautiful scenery along here. These lush hillsides and then Pacific Ocean on the left. It's an absolute privilege to be able to get to these beautiful islands to do what I do. It's something I never take for granted. Yeah, I need to look up what Heddor means. I'll have a look at the kanji, see if I can decipher it on the next road sign. I didn't pay attention. A lot of chasing in tropical islands involves going to capes and wondering if the typhoon is going to pass offshore or actually hit the island. Again, we're inland a little bit now, so the winds drop off. I think it'll be quite blustery once we get up to the Cape, because it's really exposed up there. Basically, northeast, west, southwest is all very, very exposed. And I suspect there'll be a lot of sea spray blowing through the air from the waves crashing against the cliffs. Don't know if I'll be able to get to the cliffs. Might not be a good idea. We'll see. I was there yesterday and the waves were enormous. They were crashing into the cliffs and then bouncing back and then colliding with the next incoming wave and just creating these like towering columns of water. It was amazing. It was amazing to witness. Means like the area's head cape, maybe, because it looks like a head. Oh, door, sorry, the area's door. I'm not sure what Cape Head means. This guy I'm behind was at the Lawson with me for my coffee and banana break an hour ago. I suspect he's also chasing the typhoon. A local fella, but he's not in a rush. About 20 kilometers to go until we reach our destination, assuming the road is open, which I think it will be. The line, couldn't see it in the road. Stop here. It's a little more exposed around here now. Back on the waterfront. Right, let's see if the road is open. We're good. Saying there might be a power outage in the tunnel, so drive carefully. So that's not a problem. Right, so if there's a nice scenic spot along here and I've still got good reception, I can stop quickly and we can take a look at the view. And I'll do another radar update. 15 kilometers to go. Big waves up there. Hold on. Let's have a look. I'm just going to check the tide times. Useful to know when the high tide is. The high tide will be at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Right now is low tide. Useful to know. Let me just start. better crack on and get to the Cape and then get set up there. Let's get the camera set up properly, otherwise it's too shaky. Beautiful spot there. Maybe on the way back we can have another look. Yeah, I'm just looking at the radar and the typhoon is getting closer, so if it does happen to dip south a bit, I just want to make sure I'm well set up there ahead of time. So we've only got $20 minutes to go. Might lose a little bit of reception, so just again bear with me. Road is open. This is where I was worried it might be closed because of this barrier here, and there was a sign saying in heavy rain they close it, but we're all good. Cape Hedo, here we come. You can see that's a beach on the left there. Again, driving this during the day when I can see exactly what the waves and the ocean is doing is excellent for my peace of mind. Doing this at night when it's just black, you can't see how big the waves are or if the water's coming up, is quite scary. So we are at low tide. When I come back this afternoon and the tide's coming up, I'm not expecting any problems with the road, but we might get some waves kind of splashing up a bit. Just have to wait and see. Yeah, but look how beautiful this coastline is. All the lush vegetation on the hillsides and straight down into the Pacific. This is very much what a lot of East Coast Taiwan is like when you go south of Hualien City. A lot of it looks like this. waves are getting noticeably bigger now as we head north. 10 kilometers to go. The signal and the reception's still good. Looks like it's okay. All right. Let's just press on. I can stop at these places on the way back. When the tide is higher, it might be a little bit more dramatic as well. But yeah, look how close the ocean is. There's no way in hell I'd be driving this at night without knowing what the waves are doing. See the waves crashing against the cliffs up there and the sea spray swirling up into the air. The reception is a little bit iffy here. I'm just going to whiz through here whilst I still have reception, but you see this, I don't know if you can see the spray swirling around that cliff there. That's pretty cool actually. If I can stop for a sec. That's really cool. Let's see if I can pull over. I think I can, yeah. Look at this. Do we have enough reception? Look at this. Still got enough bandwidth here. Okay, yeah, just hold on for a sec. I want to get a shot with my big camera because it's quite an interesting scene. cool little spot. There's some heavy rain moving in now, so onwards to the Cape. Clear. There is no traffic up here. Alright, let's go to the Cape. I think we've got just enough signal right now. There's some really nice swirling going on the wind. What's the word I'm trying to think of? The current or whatever. Some kind of eddy on the lee side of that cliff, causing the sea spray to kind of spin up really beautifully. Very pretty. Alright, I think we're back to better signal now. I hope. 5 kilometers to go. Dark tunnel. The electricity's out. got good self signal and audio, I hope. So we're almost there. My phone says full 5G, which is good. So just pulling into Cape Heddle, this is where I'm going to stage for the next few hours whilst I track the radar imagery. The only one here. How nice is that? All right. All right, just give me a minute to go get set up and see what's going on. I'll be back in 1 second. Actually, I need to put you guys. What I'm going to do is. Hold on. hold on. I need to my stuff. I'm going to switch you guys over to the other phone. So, hold on. Put you in the battery. Alright folks, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to switch over phones. So what I'll do before I do that is, so here we are, we're at Cape Heddle. Let's do the ultra wide view. Hold on, back camera. So here we are at Cape Heddle, the northernmost point of Okinawa basically. This is just my shelter for a bit. I'm going to set you guys up on this phone here, so I'm just going to switch over the stream onto this one, so you'll be all set up on the tripod. And then I'm just going to have a quick walk around, see if I can find any better views for you, and also look at the radar and just check what the storm is doing. So let me switch over. The stream's going to cut out for a short while, but then it should come back. So just hold on a sec. But before I do that, there's one more thing I need to do, so hold on. Yeah. Let's put that. yeah, this location would be fine. In the absolute strongest of typhoons, I'll be perfectly safe here. I don't think it's going to be that bad. It all depends on whether this core brushes the northern tip. So I'm just going to have a quick look at the updates now to see what's going on. I'm just uploading a video or two to Facebook, which I shot on this phone, and then I'll switch the stream over. So what I am going to do now is, hold on, just one sec. Yeah, I'm going to switch over the stream. So let me do that. So just hold on a sec. The thing's going to cut out and then I'm going to restart it, all right? So just one sec. Okay, folks, I think we're good. I think we're back. I'll put you guys on the second phone now. So I'm going to do something important now. Let me just check the... First of all, let's just do a radar check quickly. So there's the radar. I'm the green dot here. That's the typhoon. If it dips any further south, we might get some nasty weather. If it carries on going west, it might just miss. Who knows? We just have to wait and see. So that's why I'm up here. I'm just going to run the loop. Looks like it's kind of going west right now, sorry. So ignore that last bit, that's just a silly thing. So here's the radar loop. I'm the green dot, bottom left, there's the Typhoon. It's kind of just trucking west right now by the looks of it. We shall see what happens. So there's one more important thing I need to do, and that's get a Kestrel machine calibrated so I can check the pressure. I need to go have a look and see if I can find an elevation for Cape Hedo Observatory. There should be a tsunami information poster around here somewhere which gives the elevation, so I'm just going to have a look. So I've got a barometer here to measure the air pressure. I've estimated that the elevation here is around 8 meters. So there we go. Current reading is 962.9 HPA is the pressure. This is going to be running for the next couple of hours, just recording pressure data as the typhoon passes to our north, and that should hopefully be quite a useful data point to match up with pressure readings on Yoron and Okino Erabu, which is the other island north of here as well. So currently the pressure is 963. We'll see how much further that drops.ひがちありがとうございました。スープチャー200円のもらったのは本当にありがとうございます。台風の後でに コンビニでコーヒーを買おうと思いますね。ありがとうございました。So right now it's really just a case of every 5 minutes I'm going to be reloading the radar, keeping an eye on the Kestrel and just seeing what's going to be incoming with the radar echoes. That's really going to be the best kind of heads up as to what conditions are going to do. They're pretty manageable right now. The rain isn't that heavy. There's some stronger gusts of wind coming through. I'm perfectly set up here now. Like the shelter I'm in is I couldn't ask for a better building, so all good.
Tom Natsu, my Japanese is not great, but I study a little bit every day, and I will continue to for the rest of my life. It is a lifelong journey with frustrations and a lot of fun along the way as well, but it's a difficult language. Try my best. Hi, Aslam Quantum says 気をつけてください。ありがとう。The latest radar. I'm the green dot, there's the eye wall and the eye, so we shall see. Hey, so for those of you who are just joining, I'm at Cape Hedo on the northern tip of Okinawa. Just waiting to see how close the core of Typhoon Dolphin gets to this location. The pressure is dropping. It's now down to 960.6 on my Kestrel. Good to know. It's a well-known fishing spot around here. I appreciate local knowledge and tidbits like that. We are seeing in the other direction, it's pretty sporadic, but you can see the waves crashing up and the spray blowing off the cliffs. But I think this is the most representative view of what conditions are like here at the moment. I hope the audio is coming through clearly of the wind blowing through the power lines. So that's quite an atmospheric sound, which really kind of like the signature noise of a typhoon. I hope that's kind of coming through when I'm not blabbering and talking. Great to hear, Paul, thank you. And Arslan, yeah, good to know. No, the observatory roof is closed. I was hoping to get up onto the second floor, but the grill is down and locked. So just hanging out on the first floor here. Let me do a radar check for you all. Like the eye wall is super close. I still don't know if it's going to hit or not. Like if it goes due west, I think we'll be in it. Any movement north and it'll miss. Any movement south and yeah, we'll be in it. So this is how finely balanced the situation is right now. I'm just going to run the radar again. Ignore that last bit. That's just extrapolation. So it looks like it's lost a little bit of latitude there. So we shall see. Ignore that last bit. That's just an extrapolation of the last frame. So yeah, that's the latest situation with the radar. Hey folks, I'll just get the radar up again for you. So there's my location, the green dot, there's the eye wall, very, very close. Looks like it's tracking west now, so we might just nick the lower part of the eye wall there. We shall see, just have to wait. The wind does feel like it's starting to pick up. I'll just do a pressure check, hold on. I have a pressure of 958.1 hectopascals, so it's still dropping, which means that the typhoon is still moving towards us. And we got some heavier precipitation coming in now. I'll just zoom in a little bit on the camera. There we go. Give you guys a bit of a better view. Yeah, you're welcome. So yeah, the wind is picking up, the rain is starting to pick up. Just do another radar check. Yeah, that's a good observation, Jared. This has been a strange typhoon. I honestly, looking at the radar right now, let me just get another frame up. I wasn't expecting the core to tighten up like this again. All right, the eye wall is just kissing us now. There's the green dot. There we go. You stay safe, Ebola. And yeah, definitely, if you can, keep everyone in the chat updated. We love hearing reports from viewers who are also experiencing the typhoon. Great, we have a whole community of observers, both in the typhoon and as well as from afar. So, thank you. do a pressure update for you. Our pressure is now down to 955 hectopascals. Hey Sam, good to see you. So yeah, for those of you just joining, we are close to entering the eye wall of Typhoon Dolphin, Cape Hedo in the extreme northern tip of Okinawa. Basically run out of land. I can't get any further north than where I am now. I think the worst of this typhoon is about 30 minutes away, maybe 1 hour, and the current pressure is 955 millibars or hectopascals. Current time is 10:45 in the morning in Japan, and we've seen a steady increase in the wind and the rain, and there are some very, very bright radar echoes not too far away. So there's the green dot is my location, and that is the current radar imagery. So the ocean is on the left. We're looking, hold on. The camera is facing southeast. South-southeast, just because this is a good vantage point where I'm sheltered from the wind, and there's some moving objects and things which give a good sense of how strong the wind is. I will move the camera if and when we get some more intense precipitation. I'll move the camera around to give you guys a bit of a better view, but right now the grass does kind of the best job of just illustrating what the current wind strength is. Yeah, basically surrounded by the ocean on the right, the left, and behind me. Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe about the same. If it gets any stronger, then I think it'll be stronger than Babi, which I think it will do if we get into those brighter echoes, which are just a few miles away from us now. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. give a more zoomed out view when there's more precipitation, because the rain visualizes the wind. We're still not in that much heavy rain just yet, so if I zoom out you just get bare asphalt parking lot. Alright, thanks for that update. Quietly wandering, appreciate it. Alright folks, starting to go and get into the eye wall of Typhoon Dolphin. Here we go. So pressure on my Kestrel is now down to 943.7 hectopascals, which is really quite low. Yeah, the West Pacific typhoons, especially these large systems, they do have very broad wind fields, so that's why you don't necessarily get like crazy violent weather or the winds like you do, say, in a hurricane or something like that, of an equivalent pressure. Let me check my Kestrel again. I do actually think, looking at the, eye walls are busy. Let me do a, you see it's brightening up. See how bright it's getting now? Yeah, we're about to enter the eye of the typhoon now. There is the radar shot. We're literally about to get into the eye. Winds are starting to ease off quite a bit now as well. sun's going to be shining in a couple of minutes. All right, folks, we are in the eye of Typhoon Dolphin. Oops. Battery. Gonna walk out here to the parking lot. There's the sun poking through the clouds. Here's my shelter. Yeah, I'm just going to wait a couple more minutes before setting up. Sorry, I'm losing you a bit. Just going to wait a couple more minutes before maybe just setting up the tripod out here, but it would be nice to see some sunshine. So let me just put you back down over here under the cover in case we get a few more sprinkles of rain. I'm not exactly sure what kind of eye this is going to be, whether it's going to be dead calm, but it is looking extremely calm now. I will just not wide. We'll go for a walk once I know that the rain has definitely fully disappeared, and if the sun does come out properly, rest assured I will be bringing that to you all.
By eye of the storm.
The power's out, so yeah, no, I tried to buy a drink earlier. All right, folks, here we go. We're in the dead calm, mostly dead calm, maybe a couple of kilometers an hour of wind. Eye of Typhoon Dolphin. So there's no blue sky or anything. Let me just set it up on the wide angle camera. Okay, I think that's wide angle. It's a little bit difficult to see the screen properly, but yeah, here we are. That's the observatory. A little bit of a misty eye, or cloud-filled one, to be expected. But yeah, as you can see, hardly any wind. Little sprinkles of rain. I'm thinking about half an hour, maybe 20 minutes or so, the back end will be coming through. And we'll get some more rough weather. Bird chirping, the dragonflies are coming out. Don't know if you can see the dragonflies buzzing around. That's a sight you often see in these typhoons, in these eyes. I'm just going to put the camera under here because it's still drizzling a tiny bit. But yeah, let me go check the pressure. So my dear friend Josh Morgan, iCyclone, he helped me get a calibration on the elevation of this location with the help of James Hyde, who's another good friend of mine. And the eye pressure is, can you see that? Hold on, let me just tilt that over a bit. 941 is the central pressure right now. So that's what I'm measuring on the Kestrel. Central pressure 941. From the dead calm eye, Typhoon Dolphin, Okinawa. The dragonflies are out, buzzing around. The wind has completely died down. I've got my Kestrel going right now. That's reading 940.9. I calibrated that with the help of Josh Morgan, my good friend at iCyclone, and James Hyde gave me some assistance in calibrating the elevation where I am now, because I didn't quite have time to do that. So yeah, I am category 2 Typhoon Dolphin, Cape Hedo, Okinawa, dead calm, dragonflies. There's a big crab up there. He knows a good place to hide. And more updates for the second half of the typhoon. All right, folks, take you outside for a look-see. Yeah. So if you ever come to Okinawa on holiday, definitely recommend giving the observatory here at Cape Hedo a view and a view of the ocean. So why don't we go see the ocean? Go see what the sea is doing. Don't want to get splashed with seawater. That happened to me yesterday. See all the dragonflies? That's a very regular occurrence during these typhoon eyes. You can hear crickets chirping. There's actually not a breath of wind here. Completely dead calm. And we're getting the mist coming in as well. So it's one of those misty eyes. I can hear the roar of the ocean. The waves are smashing against the cliffs up here. Don't want to get soaking wet with salt water, but there's a view across there. Completely calm. Alright. Got some good elevation here, so I've been to this spot many times. It is safe for observing the waves. I was here yesterday. Oops, sorry. Back camera. Let's go see what's going on. Pacific Ocean is a humbling force of nature to witness. Some very, very big waves coming in. That's enough of that salt water. Destroys my gear. Here's another one. Hold on. Alright, let me go. Whoa, there's a big wave. Look at that. Holy cow. Let me wipe this salt off. My word. Let me go over here. Oops, sorry. Sorry. So that's facing north. The actual center of the eye is in that direction. And then the winds will swing around and come in from that direction, kind of on the second half. Here we go. Sorry, there's some big waves. That looks like a big one coming in. Let's see what a splash we get with this. Alright, let's go back to the observatory. Yeah, it's definitely looking brighter to the north. Cloud stuff. Let me head back here. word, that was a monstrous wave. Yeah, I can see some high clouds up there. My eyes are kind of struggling with the brightness because I've been... Jeez. Ocean is very angry. Let's see if we get any view of anything. Oh. Ah, look at all these dragonflies. Look at them. They're going nuts. Swarms of them. Ah, there's the sun poking through. Don't know if you can see that. Oh, we got sunshine. Oh. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Can you see that? There's the sun. Should be able to. I can't see anything in this screen right now. Let me just put you on the tripod down here. Where's that? Down there. Look up at the sky. Everything in focus and okay? That's the eye of the typhoon. Now what we're looking for is kind of striations in the atmosphere. I don't think we're going to see it, but you're always looking for eye wall structure. The back end of the storm, which is basically a towering wall of clouds. I think it's very unlikely we'll see it just because this is quite a murky, misty eye and it's not the strongest of typhoons, but it's always worth keeping an eye out. You never quite know. Kind of see some curved line in the clouds up there. I don't know if that's anything or just my imagination, but
Our dragonfly friends are doing their thing. Pressure, my Kestrel is measuring 941.1 GPA, so we are almost slap bang in the middle of the eye of this typhoon. If I can come around here so you can see right now behind me. Let me show you the view this way. Go.
So I think we are, basically slap bang in the middle of the eye now. Well, just the center of the eye is just a little bit north, but the pressure is still hovering around 941 HPA, but that just shows perfectly the location where I am. It's an interesting shaped eye. It's almost like a square. But yeah, there's some nasty echoes in that back end, so still got that to go through yet. Go over here and have a look at the waves. I want to watch the waves, but I don't want to be splattered with seawater. So let's go see what's going on up here. What an incredibly beautiful coastline this is. Absolutely stunning. There's a view here. Let me set you guys up here. This is nice. I assume I got good signal still. This is pretty. Guys up on this rock. little bit of drizzle. Head back to headquarters. Splashing, a little bit of drizzle falling now, so I'm just gonna get back under cover, just set back up over here. We've still got the second half of the storm to go through. Let me do some mental gymnastics and try and figure out which way the wind will be coming from. Just hold on a sec. Here, so not quite as pretty a view as back there, but right. pressure update. 945 right now. That's just sitting there collecting data every 1 minute. That'll log what the pressure is, so we'll get a nice kind of trace. The sun's coming out again. Bright sunshine right over the top of us. But the wind is picking up a little bit too. Got a teeny bit of blue sky here, not kind of when I was expecting it, but let me just ultra wide. There's the sun, there's the blue sky. Looking into the heavens in the middle of Typhoon Dolphin. If it gets any clearer, I will try and show you. My eyes are really struggling with this brightness. Sheltered. Yeah. Let me just extend the legs on this thing. Just bear with me on this wobbly feed. Getting the legs down on the tripod. folks. I think we're good. All right, I'll figure out the view and everything once we start getting into the back end of this. But for now, I'm just going to set that up there and get the rest of my stuff. folks, I'm back. And so is the typhoon. So, let's see what happens with the second half of this storm. Right on the edge of the eye now. Green dot is me. We're going to get southeasterly winds as it starts moving over us again. So I just checked the barometer and the pressure dropped down to 939.6, like about right now, which is interesting, given that the back end of the typhoon is starting to move over us. So maybe a storm has been strengthening a little bit, or maybe just the instruments being a bit silly. But that's the low. We got into the 930s with the pressure reading. Might be a little bit shaky, but I'll do the telephoto so you can see the waves splashing up over there. Typhoon Dolphin right now, and it is much stronger and more robust than the first half of this storm. This storm has just been full of surprises. I woke up this morning, I thought it was going to miss, I thought it was going to be weak, and it is packing a serious punch up here now. Had a lot of flying debris through the air earlier. Now getting these steady, solid typhoon force winds in action up here at the North Pacific. Hey Jose, so good to see you in the chat. I really appreciate that, man. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, this has been a real surprise of a storm. I just wasn't expecting much at all this morning. And then here we are, just in the back end of a pretty vigorous eye wall of a Cat 2 typhoon. Yeah, the winds are easing up a little bit. This phone is about to die because the charging port's all waterlogged, so if the stream cuts off, just bear with me and I'll switch over to the other phone. I'll see if I can get in the car actually. Folks, I'm going to try and swap out the stream onto my other phone, alright, so I can keep this going, but it's going to have to be from inside the car, so bear with me a sec. All over the place. Right. Everything is waterlogged. I'm back in the car. It's dry here. Hello everyone. Sorry, I'll switch back. Yeah, it's kind of chaotic. Right, what am I doing? There's water everywhere. So, right, okay, I'm gonna cut off the stream for a second, and then it's gonna come back because I've got to switch over phones, alright? So just bear with me for a second. So it's going to cut off and then I'll be back. I'm too wet, I can't. Alright folks, hope you can hear me. We're inside the car now. I just needed to get somewhere dry because everything is starting to get wet and malfunction. It's just chaotic on my end. I got liquid in all my charging ports on my phone, so they won't charge. And if they don't charge, the phones die. And the stream dies. That shaking is just the wind buffeting the car. See if we can get a charge going here. The winds are definitely starting to ease up compared to what they were like earlier, which is what we would expect as the typhoon is starting to move away. That phone is charging. Oh my gosh, I'm going to leave it there and I'm not going to touch anything. Okay, right. I think we're good. I think both phones miraculously are charging. Just what I want. Alright folks, I'm going to leave you for a second whilst I go back outside and try and rescue my big camera. Everything is back under control now. Alright.
doing? We good? Oh, I am. It's still blowing pretty good out there. That is for sure. Just checking all the systems are good. Yeah, Jose, I think there's something a little bit weird about Oku weather station. The observations earlier when it was really ripping here were very tame. I don't know if it's got some terrain sheltering or something. But that gust, 77 knots sounds more like what we've been seeing. I was talking to Josh about it. I'm just wondering if there's something a little bit strange going on with that station. Because there are some hills around here which may be doing funny things to the wind. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate that. It's like being in an airplane in rough turbulence in this car. See if I can bring up a radar image. Show everyone what's going on. Put 3 GoPro cameras out there for the second eye wall, so we'll see if they got any good footage. I got to remember to collect them. Alright, so it won't be too long until this starts down here. Oh, hey everyone, I'm James. This is what I look like if you just joined the stream. So there's the radar imagery right now. You can see, so we're just up there. We'll be getting out of this nasty eye wall convection soon into that blue stuff. But I'm going to zoom out. Just look how tiny that core is. The whole storm is that big. The storm is enormous. But then you zoom all the way in to this vicious little angry thing here, which we've just gone through. Very, very interesting storm. Quite fascinating just from the meteorological perspective. So once we get out of this, I need to wait probably another hour or so just for that nasty core convection to move offshore, and then it'll be safe enough to start slowly making my way down south again. So let me flip that around. Bouncing around like mad in here. Yeah, I agree with you, Jose, as well. That fits with my just eyeballing stuff. It felt like solid typhoon conditions, that's for sure. And amazing just to see the way that, very interesting to see just that eye wall wrapping up so quickly, literally as it was passing over us. think I gotta go and retrieve my big camera. Oh my gosh, leaking water everywhere. Literally water pouring off me into the car. Alright. Good job I have a towel from the hotel. Alright folks, I will be back in a minute or two.
Forget my GoPro cameras. grey car next to me belongs to a very friendly Canadian guy. He's down here on holiday and he wanted to see what the typhoon was all about, so he just came up here.
Time for a snack.
Kin-chan. Is that the guy who... There's a guy streaming, I think, around here as well. Is that who you meant? I'd love to have a chat with him once the weather calms down a bit. Oh, okay, awesome. The red car, yeah. I'll wait for this weather to settle down a bit, then I'll go and say hello. What's his name? Pray love eat, light son. Why do I risk yourself filming? Please don't spare your life for this. I've been doing it for 21 years, so it's a little bit late. My 87th typhoon, I think. So I'm going to keep on doing it. But I do it as safely and responsibly as I can. Thanks for that information, Kin-chan. Appreciate it. Yeah, this it's not a good idea to be driving around in this weather. So I basically got the car is kind of pointed into the wind a little bit. So it's all fine for where we are here.
So El Nino does increase the chances of typhoons passing through Okinawa. So there will probably be more before this year's finished. Just because the typhoons form further east during an El Nino, and then they travel over a longer stretch of the Pacific, and they're more likely to start curving north and passing through Okinawa and the neighbouring islands before impacting South Korea and Japan. Now, to be honest, this is not a strong typhoon. They get much stronger than this. So it's like a low-end category 2, which still means business. You know, we've seen some very strong winds today, but they get a lot worse than this. So this is kind of a low-end typhoon on the scale of how strong they can get. But a low-end typhoon can still do a lot of damage, cause a lot of problems. Heavy rain now. Point the car into the wind a little bit more so it's slightly more aerodynamic. Yeah, I had to give up being outside even though I was like really well sheltered. The swirling rain just drenching absolutely everything. All my gear was getting soaking wet.
My strongest typhoon was probably, it was Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines in 2013. That was one of the strongest typhoons to ever make landfall. Yeah, I'm going to have to wait. I'm not going to go knocking on anyone's car doors when the wind is blowing like this. So I'll just have to wait for the weather to improve. letting up just yet. It is still another radar check. That is a remarkable typhoon. Never seen anything quite like it. I mean, look at that. That is just, never seen anything so round. Like, it's quite remarkable. Just nuts. You can see all that strong eye wall convection right as it's passing over the island. I think it's still going to be rough for another hour or so, I reckon. So we'll wait and see. Hold on, the okay, Jose, the SATCOM blended intensity estimate is 102 knots. Wow. Yeah, well, I'm gonna sit down and have a full look over this tonight, just about the evolution of this storm, because it was very, very interesting. Yeah, I hope your friends in Nago are doing okay. Yeah, it looks like they're getting a much more impactful typhoon than I was certainly expecting. I wasn't expecting it to dip this far south. I'm right on the northern tip of Okinawa in Cape Hedo. Kadena is far enough south that they're outside for the moment of this really nasty weather. They'll be getting some strong winds down there, but it shouldn't be anything like this. Yeah, so I'm keeping an eye on the radar, and I think another... yeah, it's hard to tell exactly when things will calm down, but as soon as we get out of the worst of these radar echoes, things should settle down a little bit. It might be another 20 minutes or so. To be honest, I don't know how long it's going to be. Just have to wait and see. Thanks for that update, Jose, that makes sense. Yeah, maybe the wind direction has just shifted around enough that the station is now getting a little bit more exposed. I think it must be from a certain direction that Oku is sheltered from the wind, is my suspicion. But that's interesting, because at 14:22, which was about half an hour ago, that was still well after the peak winds which we saw here. So I think the 100-mile-an-hour gust estimate you mentioned is makes sense. Oh, that's impressive for Nago as well. Yeah, that's the thing with this typhoon. Outside of that real... Oh, let me just bring up the radar again. Basically, outside of that main donut, the weather conditions are absolutely totally manageable and not what I would call like a big deal. Yeah, it's a bit windy and rainy. But then once you get into that brighter convective stuff, that's where you get like the nasty weather conditions which we're seeing. So the southern parts of the island, like Naha, is not getting anything like this at all. I think there's a bit of a rain band sweeping through there. But Nago is right on the edge of it, so they'll be getting some unpleasant weather. We kind of need this typhoon to just start moving away. Then all the most dangerous, nastiest stuff will be moving offshore and things will be improving. So we just got to wait for that to happen. Jose, that's crazy radar imagery. I haven't seen anything like that out of Okinawa for a long time. It's just the way it's so compact and small and distinct. Really quite fascinating image. What would happen if you went out to walk out there? You get hit in the eyes by very fast moving raindrops and it would hurt a lot. But walking around you could probably just about do it, but the really unpleasant part is the rain hitting your face, because raindrops at this speed hurt when they hit you in the eyes. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you, Yardo CANT. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, what I'm trying to do is just provide ground truth. It's as simple as that. That's why I got the stream running and I post my updates, is just reporting what I see. I'll throw in a few of my opinions every now and again, but yeah, the stream does the talking. This is what the typhoon is doing, and you can see for yourselves and make up your own minds. James, good to see you again in the chat. Thank you. So this is the northern tip of Okinawa at Cape Hedo. drive back into it. I don't know about that. We'll see. Hey Jared, no, this is nothing to do with topography. So it's a different mechanism at work here. This is just maybe because the core of the storm is so small, they kind of can do these funny deviations in track sometimes. So it's not to do with the mountains because they're not very high here. Yeah, I'm just going to hang here because if I head south, we'll be getting onshore winds. So we've still got some decent conditions here I want to keep an eye on. If I head south, the winds will be dropping off a bit. Because right now we've still got the winds coming right off the ocean here. Hey Simone, good to see you in the chat. Yeah, the storm ended up really actually intensifying, which is not something I expected at all. It's still got some strong winds here. Yeah, the core really intensified right before it passed right over me. It's not what I was expecting. wind gust. That's the biggest shake of the car in a while. Yeah, the winds are temporarily picking up again. There might be some vigorous convection forming overhead, which is mixing the winds down. Hey Juan, good to see you. Thanks for joining and popping into the chat. Great to see you as always. Exactly, Juan. Last night when I went to bed, the storm was a complete mess, and then the core really rebuilt itself very quickly. Literally in the few hours before it passed right over us. Very interesting to watch it all unfold. Yeah, this is a low-end typhoon. Like the Category 2 classification feels about right. They get a lot stronger than this, that's for sure. And just because I call it a low-end typhoon doesn't mean that that's not going to be dangerous, cause a lot of problems to people. that's right. I am going to have a beer once this typhoon is done. That is for sure. Yeah, my car is bouncing around in this wind. It's really picking up again. Yeah, right now the winds in the last 5 minutes have got stronger for some reason. There might be some intense convection passing over the top of us. Yeah, thanks for those updates, Tyler. I'll try and have a look in a minute myself. But yeah. Typhoon's certainly still doing its thing right now here. suspect the typhoon will start moving again soon. Sometimes when they do these funny little loops and wobbles, they can kind of, their movement gets a little bit erratic, but the models are kind of suggesting it's gonna keep on moving in a westerly direction. So I'm probably gonna wait another hour or two up here before proceeding to head back down south. So what's the time now? It's 3:30 now. I want to be on the road in an hour and a half, just so I can do it in daylight, because I don't want to be driving along the coastal road at night when it's dark. So I'm probably going to wait another hour, hour and a half. Hey Gaza, thanks for tuning in and dropping by the chat. Appreciate having you riding along with us. Yeah, no smooth, no smudge. Yeah, that basically it's just, there's a lot of killing time in these storms. Usually I'm filming, working, covering it, but right now I am just killing a bit of time because there's not much else to do. It's just to wait for it to start moving away. I've got a camera on that road. That arrow over there has got a GoPro camera attached to it, and I need to wait for the conditions to ease up a bit so I can just go get that camera back. Probably the strongest ones are probably getting close to 100 miles an hour, 160 kilometers an hour to guess. Like 95 knots. Nearby weather station has been gusting to about 95 miles an hour. So this is the backside of the typhoon. This is it. So there's still some areas a little further south that have some more, which is still in the eye, who have yet to receive the backside, but point the car into the wind. There we go. I just had a quick look at the radar, and it appears that the storm might be starting to move again. So we'll see. We'll just need to wait a little bit longer to get a better idea of that, but it definitely did stall out for an hour or two. washing machine out there now. Can't see anything. Oh, very easily. suction mount.
That back. Took a tumble there. got my cameras. Oh, whew. It is howling out there. I've got my cameras back. I had one attached to that arrow sign there. Jeez, my word. Thanks Tyler for that update. If you don't mind, I'm having a few phone issues with my other phone, so updates like that are useful. Thank you very much. I would like to get on the road soon because I don't want to be driving south in the dark, in the foul weather. It's 4:20 p.m. It'll be dark around 7, so that's about 2 hours 40 minutes. But I need to have another good look at the radar and see if the storm is starting to move offshore. Then that will be my cue that I can tentatively make my way south.
little bit of a shift in the wind. The wind seems to be shifting maybe a little bit that direction. Like that direction. I saw that quietly on the radar before my phone conked out, but I'm hoping it'll kind of start going back out to sea. That would be good. I'll be stopping this stream anyway soon to restart a new one. So this one gets archived and doesn't get lost, because it's been going since about 5:30 this morning. So I'll need to stop this soon, and then I'll try start another one. So just if you're interested in continuing to watch the streams, just keep an eye on my channel. I do have another one scheduled up.
Alright folks, I think I'm going to stop the stream now so it archives properly. It's been running for about 11 hours. Just going to get out of... So keep an eye on my channel and I'll try and start another one a little bit later. So thanks for tuning in, I appreciate it. Yeah, keep an eye on my channel for the next stream if and when I can do it. But for now, thank you for all the messages of support, the comments, the super chats, the subscriptions, the likes and everything. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna shut this down so I can use this phone to just check the radar and figure out what my next move is. And then once I know what that move is, I will start up the stream again.